11 people, nobody knows how to say anything. Wow. What up? Fat City in the house. Arizona. Yeah. What's happening, guys? Oh, yeah. Driving? I got you. Louie. Look at this little guy, huh? Ain't that sweet? What's cuter? Yeah. Made me a new sheet tonight out of the crock. Finally made myself something out of the crock. I used my sewing machine. I got a new knife in there. I got a new knife in there. I'll show you in a little while. You see my new video on my new short on my pint size spider go. This is what you want, Louie. $20 a piece. I can get you one. The French fry assassin. That's right. That's a bad mofo right there, buddy. You think Spyderco made it right? Check this out, Jim. You hear that? That thing's got some snap, boy. Listen to it open. And that thing is sharp. Oh, yeah. What's cuter, though? They're both the same size, man. Well, Spyderco's a little bit smaller. Oh, I think that blade's about 1.25 inches. Yeah, how do you like my new sheath I made? Crocodile. Inlaid. I got a new knife today. It's in there. I got the teases though, not show you for a little while. Looks like Windows 95 video. I don't know what's going wrong. Nothing I can do about it, I guess. SC Night Monkey's in the house. Chuck's in the house. What's up, Charlie? Anyone else seeing this? Clean off your lenses. Maybe good to see you. Clean my lenses off, huh? How's that, better? Is that better? I got the buckle in yesterday and got to look at it today. It looks better in person. That's cool. Hello, brown sugar. It may be a sheath today. Crocodile. Inlaid. I got a new knife. That's cool. I'm glad you guys like it all. Make me a pot, Jim. Hurry up. I'm going to show you this knife. The best starter knife to forge? Well, it wouldn't be a... If it's already a knife, it wouldn't be worth forging. No, but the best... What do you mean? I mean, the best steel to forge with for knives? Are you a beginner? Type of knife? Best type of knife to forge. Probably a bushcraft or survival knife. Basic concepts of a medium-sized blade. Jim went to make some coffee, brown sugar. Where's Pollywog, the walking connoisseur of carnal knowledge? Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see him. I wonder who would win in a knife fight. What up, Claude? What's happening, Big Daddy? Made a new sheet today out of that crocodile for a new knife I got. It's not brand new, but to me it's new. That little watch pocket in my blue jeans is my little knife pocket. Oh yeah, I use that little pocket for my smaller blades too. Traditional folder fits right in there. You gotta send me a picture with that belt buckle on. Jim, you gotta send me a picture of the case patch on your hat. Anybody got anything from me? Send me a picture of you wearing it. I'm gonna do a video with all the pictures. my loyal patrons. Yeah, send me a picture. All right, here's this knife I got today. So I made this case for it. Made it on a sewing machine. It only took me about an hour to do it. Nothing was dyed. I didn't dye nothing. It's all inlaid. I sewed it on my sewing machine. Look at that bad boy. Oh yeah. You know what it is? You know who makes it? Maybe the nice, pretty, rounded bolsters will give it away. Nope, not a Buck Auto. Not even made by Buck. Bring me some coffee, Jim. Nope, not shredded. Not an Uncle Henry. Nope, not shredded. It's funny because most of you probably won't even get it. Nope, not Walmart. They don't sell these at Walmart. This thing's from the 70s. That's before Walmart even sold knives that weren't made in China. They were all made in China. Not a Puma. Not a Western. I'll give you a hint. I restored a hawkbill from the same company. Did a video on it with the rosewood, with the ironwood scales. Nope, not even close to Pakistan. There you go. The next two answers is right. Klein in Japan. Klein Tool Company, Japan. Model 44037. If as old as that knife is, look at how clean that blade is, boy. I polished it up, yep. Well, I had to make a knife sheath for it. I finally made myself something out of crocodile. Metal clip in the back. It'll do. Oh, yeah. Badass sliders. Yep, it's a Japanese Klein. Made in Japan. My brother-in-law bought that last night when he left here. And he come over today with it. He's wanting to get a side buster. He's got his heart set on a peach jig bone, whatever the hell you call it, case side buster. Happy birthday. Oh, okay. I didn't know it was my birthday. But oh man, you're a plumber? No way. So, anyways, he bought that knife last night, and he wanted a side buster. So I was gonna give him one of my side busters. He's like, "No, you sure, man?" He says that knife. He said that side buster's worth more. I said probably $10. But then he decided to take a mini Stockman, baby Stockman that I bought for $35. Black synthetic jig, 2 blade. He liked it, and I wanted the knife, so we traded. Do you have a 70s rigid knife you can sell to the plumber? Rigid? I know if you go to the hardware store, if he goes to the hardware store, he can buy one. Coffee, ciggies, and Kodiak Edge. Life is good. Yeah, buddy. So he brought me this then, too. This is a 1970 case, or a buck 110. Look at this case. That's original, boy. 1970. Look at how old that thing is. And then this is the pre-marked knife with the 90-degree edges. 1970. So he don't like the scales. And I said, well, I'll do it up for you then. What do you want? What are you thinking? Get this, Jim. He wants sheep horn on it. So we went on knifekits.com and we ordered some sheep horn for it. $52 with tax for the sheep horn. So, by the way, that's what your sheep horn will cost for your knife, Jim. But as long as we're doing a trade, it ain't gonna cost you nothing. So, anyways, yeah. I mean, look at this blade. It's got some scratches on it. From 1970, it was used. Barely scratched, just some service scratches in the front, and I'll get them out. But look at that blade. It's not eaten away at all. I mean, it wasn't over sharpened yet. You can see this 1970 stamp on it. Yep. So I'm going to put him some sheep horn on it for him, and I'm gonna carve the spine and blade for him. Look pretty sharp. That'll be my first sheep horn. I've done a lot of African buffalo, switchblades, buck 110s, charades. Yeah, how's your son doing now? Hanging in there, I bet. Never good to have your kid in the hospital on holidays, man. Yeah, Mr. Mr. Baldy. Yeah, it's in good shape for 1970. I mean, even the sheath, I think I'm gonna restain it and oil her up good. Put some carnauba cream on it, buff it real nice. It deserves it. I mean, it's no stitches are pulling apart on this bad boy since 1970. It's made it this long, and it was well kept, really. I think for a guy that used it, you know. But yeah, it deserves a good old makeover. Al hanging in there, absolutely hates wearing a brace, but he is healthy. Cool. Grain pattern was ugly. Why do you say that? I mean, I like to take them down flat, and you still see the pattern. You can get them as flat as you want, and that pattern shows all the way through. It's beautiful. I bet it was a nightmare. I gooned? What's that mean? Subbed? When I broke my arm, my mom almost had a breakdown. Oh, his little baby break his arm. Her little baby boy. Here's the baby. Commenting for the sake of commenting, huh? Okay. Yeah. It'll get better and stronger, Louis. What doesn't kill them only makes them stronger. My mom told me when I turned 21, she'd take me out personally to get me all drunk. Well, I turned 21 and I puked 7 times on the way home from in the car. I sprayed puke all over the side of that car, boy. I'll never forget that day. I was pounding them shots of Jack Daniels and Southern Comfort. And I think I was even drinking. I can't remember back then, but I think they had them back then, Jaeger bombers. I was slamming them. What was the car? Hey, anybody see a car? Oh, the car he was in? Was it in a car? Was it a car accident? I don't know. I'm lost here. You got skid marks in your underwear? That's funny. Giant rings, big dark spot in the middle. It doesn't look real to me. Well, it looks real when you get it. When we went through all of them. We got a nice even pattern of horn, and I flatten them out. It's gonna look beautiful. Nope, didn't barf at the car. I barfed all over the car. Can't stay long. What's up, Jedi Jim? Wanted to say hi and happy Easter to everyone. Well, happy Easter to you, Jim. Got me another. Oh, that's the brother-in-law. I made me a crocodile sheath for the knife I got today, Jim. Klein Tool Company. 44037. Got it for next to nothing. I like to collect the folding hunters. I don't care if they're Case, Buck, Klein, you name it. We all had them when we were kids. I carried one of these in high school. Right on my side. Kid today, he'll get persecuted for doing that. Kids can't be kids anymore. That's a damn shame, boy. Feminism destroying the country. It's funny how feminism works, don't it? Ain't it? Talking about one's as right now, not the horn. Oh, okay, the ones that are on it now. Yeah, yeah. I don't care for the pattern on them handles either. Know about your son. I hope he is doing okay. Yep, he's doing better. That's for sure. Who just carries guns? Claude, I'm missing out here. Oh, kids? Kids don't even do that. Well, they do in the bad schools. It's all about education. Fill the public with feminism. Dumb down their education system. The dumber Americans are, the easier it is to take advantage of and put them on a system that they created to make them who they are today. Meanwhile, everybody's talking about the good old red, white, and blue, right? Where your freedoms are getting evaporated by the day. I'm not talking politics. I'm just talking about your freedoms. And I mean, it's a shame. I was thinking about this today when I got this mug out. And I've had this one for about 6 months. OHT. You go to Cracker Barrel, go and get one. No questions asked, go get one. Operation Hat Trick. See, they promised to defend, we promise to support. See, all saying, thanks for serving my country. I support my troops. But do you really? Go get one of these cups. They got hats and t-shirts to match too. They're $15 a piece. $10 of it goes to the troops. You know, to the VA, the medical clinic, and veterans with that are in need of prosthetics and everything else. This helps support them. You want to support your troops, do it. Okay. Not only that, you know, you see the you see how many Americans hang a American flag on their house, right? 80% of Americans don't even have a flag on their house. You just drive down your neighborhood and count houses that do, and have another person with you count houses that don't. So it just shows you the cultural shift in America, where people got their priorities. And where they got them is that they just don't care about anybody but themselves anymore. Most Americans are self-centered. They don't do nothing for people. They don't help people out. You know, they prance all over social media saying, I support you. Thank you. This and that. Don't fly a flag. Don't go to church. Don't have no moral values. You know, and the ones that know them are guilty are the ones that know them right. You know, go get you an OHT mug. Nice rubber grip on it. It's well made right here in the United States. Operation Hat Trick. I got the hat with it. Nice camouflage hat. I wonder if it's down here. Nope, don't see it. Now, I can't see the comments again. Everything's scrolling through here. Hey, Paul, what's up, bud? Wouldn't have to talk about this, but it's okay. Important to share. You know who hates vets? I have no clue. And don't tell me some politician, because I don't want to hear it. Quit getting the VA buildings and doctor people who answer the phones. Support us, real warriors, because most don't. Bob 13, I have witness witness do they cry out when they have their rights taken. Stay strong despite all the clown works. Freedom isn't free. Well, technically, what freedoms? I mean, 60% of your hard-earned money is not yours. You call that free? You know, they're destroying the value of the dollar rapidly, rapidly. In the last 4 decades, the dollar has declined by 500%. Take that in, buddy. Or not buddy, but folks, take that in. 500% since Ronald Reagan, the Federal Reserve has destroyed the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar. So essentially every year it's costing you $5,000 plus more a year to live. Y'all look at your utility bills lately, medical bills, food bills. There ain't one goon in Washington doing it either. It's all the goons. And I'm not talking politics, but yeah, freedom isn't free. But I'd like to live in a country that really is free, like it used to be. Downfall of America is the fall of the family structure. Single parents families will not work. And that's what I'm saying, Jim. I've spent probably 3 decades studying feminism, and it was created as a tool. People think feminism was a movement that was created by the women. It wasn't created by the women. It was created by the banks in your government and other governments around the world. And I'm not talking politics, but I'm just talking how the process works here. Governments in the big industrialized countries use feminism to dumb down their society. They make this female image what a woman should look like, how she should act. She don't need a man. You know, she needs a career. And if you look back when Solidarity movement in the United States started, women didn't have careers. They didn't work. You know, they were obligated to Christ and to their man through marriage as the Lord intended it. And they stayed home and weaned their children properly. So these big bankers and these big politicians knew only 43% of the American people worked, and that was male. So what's that tell you? 43%, 57% of the American people that didn't work were female. So get them working. And these people know damn well, like when the women get working and they choose the career path instead of marriage, that the kids ain't getting weaned like they used to through Christianity and household morals and chores and all this good stuff that made us who we are today. So you got the last 2 generations of young men and young women growing up, young women not knowing how to be women to men, and young men growing up not knowing how to be a man to a woman. And that's the majority. Not all. I mean, there's probably a good 1/3 or less of the country that's, you know, where their families are still strong in the morals, especially down in the southern states. But anyways, you know, so it's all planned. I mean, everything that goes on in this country that's going to shit is all planned. You know, even George Carlin said it in his last performance, the American Dream, if you want to believe it, fall asleep. And like I said, I'm trying to stay away from politics here, but it's the root cause of all the evil here. And the banks that own them all. See, the banks own the money. The banks are draining our wealth. The banks are creating our society the way they want it to be created. They're created a system that we become dependent on because they're destroying the value of the dollar. So the more that they destroy the dollar, the more we are dependent on them, the banks and the politicians. But the politicians ain't there for us. And I'm not talking politics. I'm just telling you how this system's being created. It's like Henry Ford said, The American people knew how the monetary system worked in America today. In 1940, he said this. There'd be a war tomorrow. It's set up to fail, and it's set up to bleed us all dry. It's the way it's been since 1913. They destroyed the dollar by 840% since 1913, the last 500% since Reagan. So every time Washington borrows money, there you go, another $5,000 a year more to live. Every year you're paying $5,000 more a year to live. What's up there, knucklehead? You can ask me a serious question if you like. So kids don't know how to be kids. They don't grow up to be kids. They grow up to be a dependent populist by a society that's molding them on purpose. It's a new world since my father was tortured to death and my identity was stolen. Oh, man. That's terrible. Nope, I'm not talking politics. I've been leaving politics out of it, Jerry. I'm talking about society and how the banks are draining the wealth of the country. I'm not talking about a politician. I'm not talking about a political party. And how feminism is used as a tool by industrialized countries to dumb down their societies and how this process works. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking anything about politics. It's just they allow it to happen, you see, because they don't represent us. I mean, a lot of people think so, but yeah, I'm not talking politics. It's just, I'm talking about these children. We got to do two things in this country if we want to take it back. We still have the power, people, and I have the answer. But we got to get everybody on board. We got to get everybody thinking like me. Money. You don't use an FDIC bank, bye-bye. You got me? 2, the most important thing of all, religion and education. You got a bunch of cell phone zombies walking around this country. Blah, 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 blah. Their endorphin rushes is a ping on their phone, right? These filthy rich people, when their kids go to Yale, Harvard, Princeton, Cambridge, all these billion-dollar schools, right? They're there to learn how to screw your children, and your children goes to these public schools to learn how to get screwed by their children. That's the way it is. Them kids are being taught about money before your kid could even grab onto a dollar bill. But the reality of it is these filthy rich people don't let their kids have cell phones till they're 18 and on their own. They have them for communication, but they're very controlled. They get to communicate on their phones, but they can't be in social media. They're limited to their time on their computers at home, and that's just the way it is. Whereas your kid's just a zombie on the shit. Today, the average American kid has an online profile by the age of 2. So, okay, my scrolls, my comment thing coming up here. So anyways, I got a little ramble on going there, but I left politics out of it. Because as we know, they're not there to help us. They're not there to stop the banks. They're not there to protect us from any of them. Because they own them. That simple. Real finance isn't taught in school. And exactly, John. Like George Carlin said, they don't want you sitting around a table. We used to have neighborhood parties. Everybody sit around together and we discuss things. It was a common thing to talk politics and religion. And, this was back in the 70s, 80s when I was younger. We had neighborhood parties. We left our doors unlocked and we let our neighbors borrow something by coming in the house and getting it if they needed it. Not anymore. And all this has changed. Children have no clue. And that's why Social Security system was created. Because these the politicians and the banks knew we got to create something from these people if we're going to continually rob them blind to the banking system. We got to have give them a little something that they can have for when they do retire, if they can. It's called Social Security. It's the most successful system the government's ever created, providing they don't tap into it. But all right, Jim, we'll see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. And you know, but if the American people knew, if they vouched out of the Social Security system and became solvent, they wouldn't have to pay taxes. That's a legal right. You have a legal right in the United States to become solvent, not pay taxes on your labor, taxes on your personal possessions, your property, and your vehicles. People don't know that. Just in the state of Illinois, there's like 2,700 solvent citizens in the state of Illinois. But you got to give up your Social Security. See, now the money you put in Social Security, if your kid was taught how to invest that himself, like John was saying, kids ain't taught this at a young age. If you teach them how to take that same money that the government's taking for Social Security and teach them how to invest it, your child will be worth about $4 to $5 million by the time he's 65 years old. But see, most average Americans, they don't know nothing about finance. I went to school for it, college. I learned at a younger age. My grandfather was very wealthy. But we got to fix education in this country. We got to demand education. We got to demand the banks be stopped, or your children are just going to pay $250,000 for a car, $1 million plus for a house. It's coming. They're gonna. My dad bought a car for $2,700 when I was a kid. Now your kid's gonna pay way more than $27,000. But anyways, how's everybody doing? How's your holiday weekend going? And are you all enjoying yourself? Hopefully everything's going well and nothing bad has happened so far since Friday started. And you got any great plans for tomorrow? I'm gonna cook a ham dinner here tomorrow. I'm gonna go to church in the morning. G-Man, ready for the stream, baby. Yeah, I might go to the stream tomorrow. I might go fishing for the first time this year. Possibly Monday, Paul. Let me see here. Fat City, did you get it already? Oh, okay. Nope, not yet. You making dinner tomorrow, Claude? Are you going out to eat? Cindy making a good dinner? Wet a line? Oh, you know it. I wish I could be down there with Claude wet the line. North Carolina. My home away from home. And I'm gonna be doing a lot of traveling in that camper, Claude. I like to come out there a couple times a year now. It's nice to have that camper. And then, but when I do it a second time, instead of driving straight there, I'm gonna take the scenic routes, and I'm gonna hit a couple of national parks, and put up the camper a couple of nights, 2 different parks. Take my time, spend a week on the road just seeing things and enjoying this nature with my camper, and then we'll show up. But the first time we come out and visit you, it's going to be straight out. I can't wait for the produce in northern Michigan, man. Produce capital of the world, guys. I go there and get the biggest damn cherries and plums and peaches and you name it, apples. Come back with hundreds of pounds of fruit. Start my canning adventures. Some people, man, where do these people get these questions at? Good Rhinery, play music. Where'd Claude go? You hear anything I said, Claude? It's kind of up in the air around here. Food don't know what to do. Just go get you a ham, some pineapple and some cloves and right in the oven. Or go get you a big old bucket of shrimp. Just go to Fat Daddy's. Eat you some of them there ribs. All you can eat ribs. They're probably having that some tomorrow, huh? Make him ham, G-Man. Send it to him. Oh, yeah. It'll be nice and warm when it gets there. There's Claude. Yes, sir. You never know with him. I don't vote for Daddy Trump. The best damn president ever. Okay, see you later. People are really that dumb. They're really that dumb. Thank you, Fat City. Appreciate it, brother. What'd you say, Fat City? Fat Daddy's named after me. No, it ain't named after you. That's the name of the place we go to, North Carolina. It's a lot older than you, son. I don't think you were even born when Fat Daddy's opened up. So therefore, you might have been named after it. When was the first Fat Daddy's, Claude? I know they rebuilt. They moved since the first one. What year did they start it? What up, Chris? How you doing, buddy? Claude, when did Fat Daddy's start in North Carolina in Newport? Where was it? When was it? 2000? Okay. Yeah, that's been a while. I must have a lag time here, huh? Relaxing? Yeah, I try to relax, but I guess this is relaxing to me. Bullshit with everybody. I got that motorcycle seat that guy's got it on his bike already. He come in today and he says, "Holy cow," he goes, "this is your best piece yet," he said. And I did that. On my business card, I did that. I carved that Black Widow Spider that he won first place in the bike show. And he's telling me this seat that I just finished for him, this is the second seat I've done for him. He said it's my best piece yet. He loved it so much. He had no problem coughing up $1,000 for it. Just ignore him, Fat City. I don't even answer the questions. If they're stupid, I don't even answer. They're just young kids looking for attention because, again, mommy's not home anymore, and they're deprived of attention. They don't grow up right. Not like I did. I mean, who comes on who introduced herself by saying, "Hey, hay's in the field. You got horses? You need some hay? I'd be glad to help you." Takes two people to work nowadays, brother. That's right. Because of the money that's being laundered through Washington. That's being monetary inflation is what it is. Look it up. Every time Washington borrows money, it's costing you more and more to live. 5,000 a year plus a year more to live. Every year. That's rapidly, it's a rapid growing pace that's affecting us all fast. And Ron Paul was right. Time to end the feds. When we get rid of the banking cartel, we take back control of our money, force the politicians to work for us again, then shit hits the fan and changes. But it's not going to change as long as the banks own Washington. That's all there is to it. They own Wall Street. They decide who wins and loses on Wall Street. The banks own it all of the important corporations, all your financial problems, all your medical problems. The banks own it all. They decide who wins and loses. And guess who's losing? Not some bureaucrat in Washington. You are. Because they're paying the bureaucrats in Washington to do whatever they want. And until the American people grasp this concept, both will have to work. And that was created for both having to work. So they're making Americans dependent on a program that they're creating while they're draining the wealth. See? You see how this vicious cycle works? And it's getting worse and worse. And I hate to say it, Claude, but your grandchild is going to pay $2 million for a house when he's 22 years old, and he's going to pay almost $250,000 for a new truck. Look how much a Ranger boat is. 100 grand? See what I mean? This is all being created because the more Washington borrows, the more it depreciates the value of the dollar. It's called monetary inflation. It's the worst tax against the American people. Worse than the taxes on your labor. Way worse. But people don't get it, because none of you went to school. A majority of Americans don't go to school for finance. They don't go to school to learn about economics like I did. The banks are destroying the country. And Henry Ford explained it in 1940. Nobody listened to him. Ron Paul explained it again here when he was running for president back before Trump, first term, against Obama. I think he ran against Obama. And even he said it. Time to end the feds. We need to end the feds. Kennedy tried to end them, and it cost him his life. He's the only president that has to go after him. Because we don't have one now that's going after him. Nope. But like I said, starve the banks. If every American takes their money out of the FDIC banks, that's owned by the Federal Reserve, and then like I said before, the Federal Reserve is a cartel of international bankers. It's no more federal than Federal Express. It's non-existently owned by the government. They don't have to answer to the government because they own the government. The Federal Reserve is owned by the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. It's a cartel of international bankers that own and control our monetary system. And that's what the Middle Eastern War was about. We went there, created havoc and war with all these foreign Middle Eastern countries and caused them to go bankrupt. So that the IMF would go in, move in, and say, okay, well, we'll loan you the money to get rebuilt and started again. And we now own your banking system, see? And the IMF owns, out of 340, 50 some odd industrialized countries, they own all but a dozen. See? They own the financial system of all the biggest industrialized countries. And that was Rothschild's plan from the beginning. And he succeeded. He sent his last child to America in 1913 to take over the U.S. currency and succeeded. He succeeded sending his kids in different countries to take over the financial systems. So this is all designed. And yeah, it sucks. Both mom and dad got to go to work to make it. You know, I'm having a hard time. And my wife don't work. She never has, you know, but I do everything I can, you know, everything I can not to pay taxes. But anyways, yeah, and yeah, you're right, Claude. Both people have to work because it was created to be that way. While the American people are falling asleep, at reality, it's outweighing the comfort zone, and people just don't care. Whatever's easier, whatever. Here it is. Here's my money. Just take it. Oh wait, after my check, I got 35% left of my check. What am I going to spend it on? Well, food and clothes and wait, I ain't got nothing to spend on myself. One of these days, Americans will wake up. We'll go into a civil war. We'll get these banks out ourselves, and that's what's got to happen. All right, I can't see my damn comments anymore. Foreign countries run our big cities. Well, you're kind of right there, Jerry. But the banking cartel is international, and they own all the foreign countries. They own it all. They own industrialized America, industrialized Europe, industrialized Israel, industrialized European nations, UK. They own it all. They own it all. They own and control the financial systems of 340 some industrialized countries out of 358 of them. They own them all. In the Middle Eastern War, they didn't. They only owned the financial systems of two Middle Eastern countries before it started. Well, after the Middle Eastern wars ended, and they're still not over because the only one they haven't succeeded taking over the financial monetary systems of these Middle Eastern countries was Iran, and now they're after Iran. It's an international cesspool. The United States is no longer owned and ran by the American people. It's not. It's owned by the international cartel of bankers. We live in uh, an international corporatocracy. It's not a democracy. Americans don't know how to stand up for what's right anymore because they were designed to be who they are today. Like I said, each generation gets dumber and dumber, and it's a system that's created to do that. And they started it all through feminism as a tool, and other nations do it. European nations too. They use feminism as a tool to dumb down societies. You know what I mean? This is what a woman should look like. Let's put this image on the television, what women should look like. So all these little girls growing up, they see this on the TV, all over social media. They see what they shouldn't see, and never what we seen as when we grew up. You know, bottom line is, you can't fight the government, but you can starve them. Like I said, we hold the power. All we got to do is take our money out of the FDIC banks. Tell them to screw you. We're done. You know, in fact, each state can start their own currency if they wanted to. They have the legal right to do so. But we just got to acknowledge this as Americans first, that it's the banks destroying this country. It's the banks destroying all the other European nations and now the Middle Eastern nations and all these industrialized nations. It's the banks destroying. They own it all. And until we worldwide starve these banks, they're going to continue to do it like they have since 1913 here. And everything that happens in this country towards morals, ethics, religion, education, healthcare, food now, Everything that's bad now in this country that's going bad, it's all because of them. Well, it's never really gone. You know what I mean? For the youngest two generations, it is. But, and more people like me speak up what I'm saying and what you're saying, Jerry, the more of us that speak up on this and make these younger generations realize, hey, these banks are going to, you're not going to have a retirement. They're going to drain you dry more and more as you get older and older. But we still have the power. If we if all Americans withdrew all their money out of the banks today, they would collapse less than a week. They would. They would. They will not. Like I said, Henry Ford said, if the American people knew how the monetary system works in America, there'd be a war tomorrow. And nobody listened to him. Nobody listened to some of the biggest businessmen that said it's the banks destroying our sovereignty. Nobody listened to them. So, like I said, though, we still have control of them. We can start a financial crisis and a civil war tomorrow if we wanted to. See, this thing is, they also made everybody dependent on our system. They got to go to work. They got to pay their bills. If everybody defaulted in America on their bills, the whole system would shut down. The banks would be done. We can reset, start over again. I know you can't get enough people, but you know what? How much? Like I said, since Reagan, 500%, they've destroyed the purchasing power of the dollar. At the rate that they're going, they're going to have it over 1,000% in 6 decades. That's only 2 decades away from now. So your grandchildren that you have now, they're going to pay double what we're paying now. Double. And how much of this are they going to take? You know what I mean? I mean, they're getting 63% of our checks now. Wait till they get 80%, Good old red, white, and blue America. Proud to be American, right? Where Americans don't even fly their American flag anymore, and they don't go to church. Majority. Let's see, the knives are cool. Okay, yeah, I'm done talking about all this crap. Knives. I got you. You like fixed blades, huh? Yeah, okay. I get your point. No, but yeah, I'm done with it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm not really talking about politics. It's upsetting. So I'll just leave it there. And one thing we do have is tomorrow is he's risen, and you know, and we shall believe in our Lord Jesus Christ, and God blesses everybody, and I hope you have a wonderful Easter. I'm not going anywhere right now. I'm just saying this to you. But I never did talk political, Justin. I wasn't talking political. I was talking about the banks. Big difference. Politicians are nobody. The banks are everybody. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting up early, start my ham dinner. I'm gonna do the traditional ham dinner, with the what is it? Uh, Sweet potatoes. Angels move the stone to set our sin, G. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's the Lord's Day, and I'll be in church 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with the rest of my brothers of Knights of Columbus. Talking about them. Sweet taters. Oh yeah, baby. So lots of deviled eggs or detailed eggs? Detailed eggs? What do you do with detailed eggs? I know what you meant. Uh, Angels move song. Okay, that's yep. Okay. Yeah. I can't wait to get started on this one as soon as them scales come in. And then here's my knife slip I made today. I finally made myself something out of that crocodile inlaid for my Klein and Sons pocket folder. Turned out pretty nice. Put a metal clip on the back of it. Yep, I got this knife today. My brother-in-law got it for like $35. And he went there wanting to buy a case sodbuster, like peach seed jig, I think he wants to get. And my buddy Rich at his knife shop, he don't have a variety of case knives, you know what I mean? So he ended up getting this. Rich said he had it sitting around, and he ended up getting this buck 110 from 1970. So I think he got paid $50 for it with the original sheath from 1970. So I'm gonna rescale this with buffalo, or not buffalo, but sheep horn, and I'm gonna be doing a full video on this, restoring the leather sheath. I'm reviving it. There's really no restoration that has to be done to it. It just needs to be oiled and wax coated. Bring it back to life, vibrant, because it's in damn good shape for being in 1970. And then I'm going to do the full video on this. Everything from taking it apart, putting it back together. I'm not going to take the bolsters apart, just the rocker lock bar, because I'm going to carve it for him. And I'll carve this. So I'll have the full thing in full video. I might do it in 2 videos. So it's not like 48 minutes, you know what I mean? And then that's going to get the sheep horn. And then I got some ostrich hair. You want me to send it to you? It's vinyl though. You got to order some. Just go to the Tandy Leathercraft down the road from you, Justin. There's one in every major city. They got ostrich, they got stingray, they got whale, they got lizard, they got everything, man. They got every exotic skin you could think of just hanging on the wall, man. It's like a candy store for leather workers. I mean, you go there, you better take minimum, I'd say $200-300. But when I go there, I take 1,000 with me because I know I'm going to spend it. I didn't get to my shop today, Gordon. The Girk Scout knife isn't in the house. I will try to send pictures Monday, brother. Okay, that's cool. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. Did you call me today? Because I don't remember it. I had a fellow stop in at noon to pick up that motorcycle seat from me. Absolutely loved it. He says it's my best work to date. It's the second seat. I did the first seat for him. It's on my business card that y'all got. The Black Widow Spider. There's a big major bike show in Ohio, and they contacted him. They wanted to pay him for his gas and his mileage for bringing that bike to the bike show there. It's one of the biggest ones in the Midwest, and he couldn't find a trailer to take it. They requested that bike be in the show because he won that big trophy. The one here because of that seat I did for him. You want to see that 10K watch? You'll see it when I get it. It's right now the 10K watch is just a dream because I mean I could buy it right now if I wanted to. I can take the credit out and get it right now. But that's not my priority. My priority is to turn this downstairs into our kitchen dining room so I can move everything out of here into the house next door and make my new shop next door. But we need living space. And this whole building is, let me see, 680. Well, it's like 1,460 square feet with both levels. So I'm remodeling this down here first, taking care of this summer because I put it off a little too long. And we need the room. So does the wife. She's sick of being cramped upstairs. You know, we could live in the house, but no, it's almost gone from termites. So I'm gonna gut it all and make it my pole barn. But I'm gonna this everything's down here is gonna be thrown over there. I'm gonna move my shop temporarily over there until I get this done. And then when I get this done, then I'll work on that over there. But I can't buy any high dollar purchase. I want to buy a Harley this year. Can't do that until this is done. I can't buy a Rolex watch until this is done. This is my priority for my wife. I mean, Rolexes are nice, you know. I don't really care for them as much as I do Seikos. I'd rather wear a nice sporty Seiko over a Rolex any day. You know, Rolexes can be a great investment and is an investment to where, like, if you used to buy a motorcycle, you lose all your money. You buy a, you know, a Rolex GTI watch. You know, you're gonna gain $5,000 on it by the time you want to get rid of it. You won't lose it. So it is an investment, but it's just one right now that I don't really want to play. I love making watches. I'd rather make myself, you know, I could buy all the parts to make a $10,000 Rolex for about $3,000. You know, why would I want to pay $10,000 for it? Believe it or not, Fat City, Timex is stepping their game up. They actually got some great automatic movements now that you can get. They get up there in the $1,100-$1,200 range. But you know, when it comes to, you know, Rolex, Omega, you know, and then the Grand Seikos, they're phenomenal. Timex, Casio, and Fossil. Well, Timex, Casio, and Fossil are pretty much all Chinese made. You know, Chinese movements ain't as great as the Seikos. You know, the Japanese movement is probably one of the best movements you'll get outside of the Swiss movement. Seikos are very underrated when it comes to movements. I mean, you can get a Seiko for a tenth of the price of that $10,000 watch and work just as good, if not better. Just as great quality. Ground fog, huh? Ground fog is in the house. $51.12. Y'all check out my channel. We'll do that, Jerry. Ground fog, ground fog, ground fog. That's all I see is ground fog. Hi, ground fog. How you doing, ground fog? What's up, bud? Haven't seen you in a while. Oh, but yeah, you know, I was actually putting this back together this last night. I took it all apart to clean it up, and I'm putting it together now. And it was daylight when I stopped on it. I was like, man, why did I do this to myself? I got off being live for a while, and I just went right to that watch, and here comes the daylight. I'm like, oh, shit, man. And I haven't been to bed yet. I actually laid down for an hour, and I got called by that fellow to come and get that seat. So I only got like an hour rest since the day before yesterday. So, I've got several hawk bills. Did you see the one of the Klein knife that I restored on my YouTube channel? It's probably my favorite. Klein and Sons from Chicago, Illinois. But here's the Klein and Sons that I did. I already put the ironwood on it. I made the new liner lock for it. Restored it. Cleaned up the rust bucket blade. That iron one's something else, ain't it? But yeah, this is a Klein and Son, Chicago, Illinois. And that liner lock works perfect. Handy dandy electrician knife here, right? Stripping wire. I got this cheap one here. You want it? $5. I'll never buy one of these again. Master Force junk. But and then I got a Victorinox Deadeye Gem with a hog bill. Victorinox Switzerland stainless, rust free. It's in my Victorinox collection. Except Pakistan, Damascus. What are you talking about? Thanks, Jerry. Whoa, that's cool. Did you watch the video yet, Fat City? You can go back and watch the video of me, how I restored it. Made the new liner lock for it. Cleaned it up. Put new scales on it. Pinned it. The whole 9 yards. So I'm going to have I want to have a lot of restoring videos coming up. But to start, this is going to get a makeover with the sheep horn. That's kind of cool, that wood on there, though, ain't it? 1970. I might take my time to take these scales off. Might drill the pins out. That way I can save these scales. Okay, that's kind of unusual. You don't look at that side compared to this side. They mostly look like that. You hardly ever catch a scale that looks like this. It's got more rotwood in the middle. But yep, that's going to be a full video. In fact, I know I'm going to do 2 videos of it. Total takedown and the carving of the blades. And then the next video will be putting it all back together. Because, I mean, I can make a full video, I guess, under 28 minutes if I really wanted to, on the whole process, but I'd have to speed through a lot of it. Yeah, yep. Okay, let me see. Tomorrow's Sunday fun day, ain't it? I gotta decide what I'm doing. Yeah, I need to get some leather is what I need to do. I'm out of black dye, I'm out of brown dye. Man, I'm out of a lot of shit. curious yourself. Yeah, so you know what? Let me think. I would say Monday. Maybe I can go live Monday. And if I work on Paul's knife Monday live, I'm not going to be talking much because I'm going to be working on it. You know what I mean? So, like every 20 minutes, I'll take a break just to bullshit with you. But if I do it, I don't want to be looking at my phone the whole time. You know what I mean? What's going on? You know, I want to get it done, and then I'll just take a break, like I said, every 20 minutes. Maybe we could do the whole knife live, right? I need a 110. Don't you have a 110? There you go. LB7 in go get that, Justin. Where is my LB7? Sheath. Oh, here it is. Look at I took my LB7 sheath part to make a pattern from it. Yep, here's the LB7. That's what Jim's got. The one I put the birch burl on. Uncle Henry Schrade, LB7 USA. Fully decorated. Except for the blade. Oh, there you go. There's his link right there, Justin. Traded. You traded me that one. You got the cheap. You got cheap. Yeah. What? You trade me the one you got cheap, Justin. What do you get cheap? Can't click it. What are we talking about here? LB7, Klein, Buck. LB7, Klein and Buck. Buck, Klein, LB7. Now you can see the difference in sizes, the difference in the bolsters. So remember that when you're looking at these knives, you see that sharp angle on the back bolster. Well, you know it's the Schrade, right? If you see it straight up and down, you know it's a Klein. If you see it in a partial angle, you know it's a Buck. Go to his YouTube channel. No, I think he just said, no, I don't think so, Paul. I think he just said he's got a Charade LB7 in his eBay channel right now. But you can get them things cheap everywhere, man. Go hit local antique stores, man. You can get them for 25, 35 bucks. You know, even if it's beat up, send it to me. I'll make it look brand new again. What makes the Buck 110 iconic? Maybe the name of the company and what they've done inventing it, and it's been around since the 60s, and now all the grandpas carried them, all their kids are carrying them because of it. I mean, it's an iconic knife. You know, it's American tradition and history. Yeah, and it's one of the best sellers. There's only one other knife that sold as many knives as the Buck 110, and that's the Kershaw Leak. No other knives sold as many as the Buck 110, other than the Kershaw Leak. No Benchmade, no Microtech, none of them other shit companies. Only Kershaw was able to keep up with Buck 110. I wouldn't recommend it, but the 119 series knives with their Boss heat treating system, yeah, you can pound one through a bolt easily. But I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to buy another knife, because I don't care what knife you use to pound through a bolt, you're going to have chip out, break out, and blow out. It's the edge is just not going to look the same. How much is that knife on eBay, Jim, so I can find yours? Don't you have a folding hunter there, Claude? Yeah, why would you want to? Fat's talking about what he knows, what he's heard. You know, the iconic story of the Buck. You know, knives cutting through the bolt, and that's the lure and the actual sales pitch that Hoyt Buck and his boy used, Al, for getting people sold on the knife, on the 119 knife when it first started. That they actually cut bolts to demonstrate their heat treating process and how great it was. And Fat probably doesn't know that, but he does now. And it's not all knives. It was just the 119 series, Fat. That was the slogan that they went by, and that's what they did in door-to-door selling knives with the demonstration. They would cut through the bolts with the 119 knives. That's why in some of the pictures you see the Buck 119 on top of a bolt with an anvil next to it. On an anvil. They got several photos of that. Buck used to advertise that. I just told you, Fat. Yeah, Allen Hoyt Buck. They sold door to door, and they convinced people. They convinced people to buy their knives based on their concepts of their heat treatment, by actually cutting through the bolts when they demonstrated the knives to the people that they wanted to sell them to. Yeah, right. I mean, they're capable of doing it. The 119 knives are, you know, but I wouldn't take any new knife or collectible knife and cut a buck. I get an old buck at an antique store and use that. Old buck 119 or 103 or 120. I stick with the heavier knives, 120, 119, 122, 125, and cut a bolt with that. A antique store one you can get for 30, 40 bucks. But I wouldn't buy a new one and do it. Right. Yeah, I know. I got to scroll up here, Jerry, so I can't even keep up with half of these comments and seeing who's saying what. He said it before. Okay. Yeah. I'm getting my internet router back probably Monday night. In fact, I know I am. Well, if you want to learn more about it, Fat, in my playlist, you can learn all you want to learn about these companies. I've got videos in there, all the great companies, how they were started, to the history of the Buck 119 series knives, the heat treatment system, and cutting the bolt and all that you've read online. You can go watch the videos on it. The history of the Buck knives. It's on my playlist. I got a lot of content in my playlist for people to learn from. Anything on the agenda? Hard to keep up with everything. Let me see here. My comments on my live yesterday was going so fast I could not keep up. Yeah, it'll do that. That's for sure. I don't really like that. That's where you can control the comments too. You can set 5, 10, or 15 minutes in between comments so somebody can comment again. So they're not commenting over and over again. And you know what I mean? I would say the most time you should go with anybody on a comment would be 5 minutes, though. I think 10 minutes and 15 would be torture. But it's a lot nicer when you got 300 to 700 people on your live streams. And then you don't miss anybody as a host to be able to read them and keep up. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh. So, I'm glad I made this. Got something out of that crock. Instead of giving it away to everybody. And oh yeah, by the way, he took the other crock feet. He's going to use one of them to put on a suicide shifter on one of his choppers. He's going to wrap the whole shifter lever with it. I need to do. I think he's all can watch me do this. What the hell? Something to do. Here you go, Justin. This is what you need. The smallest Spyderco knife I ever made. Look at this cute guy. Back to back. The open was actually bigger than the Spyderco. You lower the price to $49.99. There you go. Y'all get in there and get you some. Get in there where you fit in there. I might buy it off of Jim myself. So I think I'm going to restitch this sheath back together. And thank God. I mean, they hardly use any glue putting this thing together. So this thread will come out of here real nicely and the new thread will go on real easily. Some sheets you got to do that too. You know, you can just take all cut it apart and re-sew it. That's all. You know, some sheets got broken threads on them, and just cut it apart with an X-Acto knife and re-sew it. What time is it? Almost midnight. I know my wife went to bed. Misunderstood. Get you some. There's one little scratch on. He will throw alive. I'm gonna do my live giveaway for my 5,000 subscribers. Y'all get me to 5,000 subscribers, it'll be one massive giveaway. Heck. Nah, I need an edge foot. I don't have one. Say I could sew this back together with my sewing machine, but I don't feel like changing the thread out. Oh. Yeah. Son of a gun. Not even gonna lie. All I've seen. Yeah, my first giveaway is gonna be 5,000, Justin. Save your money. You don't have to give away all the time. I mean, it's nice if somebody donates the knives to you, like that one fellow did, but you know, I didn't even do a giveaway in 1,000. I think all that's overhyped. Just have a giveaway once a week if you want to have a giveaway. That's the way I look at it. That's what I do. Man, that shit all gets expensive, man. giving away, mailing it off, giving away, mail it off. Add it all up at the end of the year. See how much you pay. What's up, Todd? How's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Hey, there's Cornbread. What's up there, buddy? I'm still waiting for that sticker package, man. I got an empty spot on my cabinet for your sticker, man, and it's begging for your sticker to get here soon. Tell Aaron Williams I want a sticker too. I sent him one. I sent lots of people stickers. We're all sticker junkies here, man. Cornbread's busy as usual, boy. I see you finally got a chance to make some videos, man. I want to get the Dutch. You got me wanting. I got my Dutch oven out now. I want to go in the backyard, build a fire just like you. I want to do peach cobbler. Make some homemade vanilla ice cream, old-fashioned vanilla ice cream, and some peach cobbler in the Dutch oven. Man, that cornbread you made looked delicious. Where'd he go now? He disappeared already. Oh. Where is cornbread? Cornbread wasn't here. Oh, I thought he was here. You all said cornbread. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, he's too busy, man. He's got a lot going on in his job. But he loves his job. And that's awesome. He does what he loves. That boy's got some talent too. He's got some major talents. He was gifted a free membership from Kuzo Third. Oh, okay. Yep. He's a good dude, man. A real damn good dude. Look forward to seeing every one of his videos, just like you, Jim. You know, there's only probably 5 people that I look forward to seeing their videos every time they come up. I look forward to Justin's, Louis, Barlow Brigades, Jedi Jim, Cornbread. Who else? There's not many. Yeah, where's Polly? He probably wanted to take a break tonight from the carnal knowledge he was force feeding us yesterday. Yeah. Yep. I used to have others I look forward to watching every morning, and I don't really watch them anymore. And I'm pretty sure you guys can figure out who it is. A lot of the traditional folding guys, I used to watch them every day. I had like a dozen of them that I'd check out every day. I haven't been to one of their pages probably in 3 months. I just don't really care for the hype anymore on that. All the newest, latest, greatest gadget knife. I don't need a concept knife. I don't need a Microtech. I don't need a Benchmade. I don't need Spyderco anymore. In fact, I gave all my Spydercos away. I got a couple still, but I'm getting rid of most of my modern folders. I'm going to trade them all off. You know. Probably want a cracker. Don't say that. He'll probably hear you. His ears are ringing now. He'll be in here. He'll be in here talking your ears off now. He was like, Jerry, I got a story to tell you. Jerry, hey, Jerry, I got another story to tell you. Did you know Jerry? I love his soul, right? He's a good dude, though. So, a couple of things he came up with last night, I'm like, oh my God. Where is he getting this shit? Oh, I got a lot of Kershaws, but that's probably one of the only companies where I like to keep their blades. You know, a lot of these affordable brands I love them. You know, I mean the Kershaws I can't part with. You know, from my leaks to my flashes to my blurs to my the Sabibis. I don't want to get rid of my Sabibis, but everything else. Oh, he's got a creative mind, that's for sure. It's carnal knowledge, though. Federalists? Do I have any Federalists? No, I don't. The Skyline, yeah. Yukon Bob, what's up, man? How you doing? Long time no see. Yukon Bub, I'm sorry. Man, it's been a while. I don't think I've seen you on one of my lives in, what, a couple months? That's cool you're back. Came from search and rescue. Oh, yeah? Wow. All right, I need to get some thread for this. And I'm going to go old school with it, just like they did. It's going to be artificial wax sinew. I mean, honestly, how many of y'all would take this sheath with absolutely nothing wrong with it and cut it in half like I did? Oh, yeah. But I got to do it justice and put it back together. because my Uncle Henry needs a home. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Where's the Victorinox when you need one, huh? Yeah, this is an original sheaths for that LB7. There ain't nothing wrong with it, but I had to cut it apart because I needed a pattern. I happen to actually have a pattern of a buck 110 sheath that I just too lazy to pull the box down and get it out. This was sitting in front of me, so I cut it. Turned out very nice, huh, Jim? Modified Monday. You gonna show it Modified Monday? Yuppers, he says. That's cool. I see you showing that Gonzo knife again tonight, huh? Gonzo does make a premium knife with S90V, powder steel metal, and it's $230. So they do have a premium knife. They have several of them, actually. Only a couple models, though. I'll tell you what, they're well built. Every Gonzo I bought's well built. Okay, what do y'all want to see tomorrow? For Sunday? Oh, you sitting around the house enjoying your dinner with your family. No, you don't have to do that. That's a private thing. But Sunday, I don't know. You know what? I'm not even going to glue this like they did. I'm just going to put it back together like they did. You forgot the like? Oh, okay. Cool, thanks. Oh, I need pliers. I need to glue this back together. Quit being a lazy butt. Got me listening to the best daddies now. I'm a fan. Beast Daddy's rack. Say what? Come on, let's go. From India, huh? Come on. Damn stink bugs. Talking about bands there, we know. No, why, man? Why? Jesus. Getting better sharpening? Cool. Big Jim, did you see the sheath I made for Lefty? I see Justin and Louie went to sleep again. They took their nap. Their folks must have napped them a lot when they were babies growing up. Claude's still here. Hadn't fell asleep on us yet, huh, Claude? Like Louie and Justin. I know I'm boring. Pollywog is in the house. His ears must have been ringing. I know mine were last night from him. You gotta take some nights off, huh? Zone is back. Did he wake up? You're not that boring. Daddy's listening to you. Don't worry. Yeah, you are. You was fucking sleeping and you know it. Daddy fell asleep. Daddy's had to go night night. That artificial scenery looks nice, don't it? I could use a Stetson horse, but I don't feel like it. How do you get deep stains off of brass? With sandpaper. You guys are putting me to sleep talking about boxing. Yeah, it is. It is boring, especially when I know a few kickboxers beat the shit out of all the best boxers in the world. But they wouldn't allow kickboxing in the boxing arena, I guess. Now, what the heck? Really? I'm making your own epoxy scales. Do you have a vid on the whole process you do? Well, that's a good question because I do have some videos using epoxy scale, putting epoxy scales on knives, yeah. But I need to make a video where I on the whole process of making them and putting them on the knife. I need to do more videos of that. Quick, look like you're sucking on a quick, quit or quick. Scroll up and read the questions. What's the question? Hey, Pikachu, are you going to answer my question? Uh, where are the metal? What metal is discolored? Brown, or I guess they call it tarnished sandpaper will do it. Uh, that's a natural patina you're talking about from acidic things that you cut with the knife. In the early stages, you can get rid of most of it, but as it ages, it works its way in down into the core of the metal, and it's you'll never get rid of it. But you can polish them up pretty good. Not entirely true. What? Well, boxing and kickboxing and UFC fighting, they're all three totally different games. And I've met a couple badass kickboxers, like Bad Brad Hefton from Chicago. He was a Chicago cop. You used to put him in the ring with Tyson, he'd knock the shit out of him. And most majority of his techniques wouldn't be his hands either. And he was so quick, most boxers couldn't see it coming with his feet. So it's just different scenarios, different styles of fighting, but in general, I know some martial artists that would totally slaughter these Hall of Fame boxers. I mean, I'm talking hardcore down to it. You gotta remember, most boxers never took a full force to the side of the head with a foot either. It's much more powerful than a fist. So it just depends on the skill of the person fighting. Not all kickboxers can beat up boxers, but I've met some badass ones in my lifetime. Let me, if I can remember right, when I was in my prime, Bad Brad Hefton was a big guy, a big name in the industry. Chuck Norris knew who he was. Seagal, all of them knew who he was. Uh, and Bill Superfoot Wallace. I don't know if any of you knew who Bill Superfoot Wallace was. He was actually in my style, and I got to meet him through my sensei. He had the fastest kick in the world. He'd kick you in all three sides of your head in less than a second. The guy was scary fast, man. Bill Superfoot Wallace, he was a badass in his time. Him and Bad Brad Huffman, Chicago cop. Both U.S. heavyweight world champions. Now, you put them up against some of the heavyweight world champion boxers, they get kicked 2 or 3 times from them, they probably hit the ground. Because, like I said, these boxers, they're only used to taking a punch, not a kick. Sandpaper is the last resort. Usually, if you need to get some, buy wet, dry stuff, and high grit scratches really shows up badly on brass, copper, since it's a softer metal. Yeah, right. I mean, you really got to go really high in the grits on brass and copper. And a lot of it has to do with the buffing compound on a buffing wheel. Start out at an aggressive color, like the black, then move to the brown, then move to the green, then move to the white. And all the scratches should pretty much be gone. A lot of factors there. The right buffing wheel, the right compound. You can virtually remove visible scratches on brass if you use the right buffing compound. Sean's in the house. What up, Sean? Almost on the last stretch. Looking good. Yeah, that Swiss Army watch, that Victorinox Swiss Army watch I bought, I seen a couple of them for 160, 170 on Amazon. And I bought mine non-working for 35 on Amazon. I'm sorry, eBay. And then I'm cleaning this one. I'm cleaning it here and putting it back together, and I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this? Really? Because I took a break and just out of reality scrolled to see online to see how much movements for them watches are going for. And it's one of the better quartz. It's a 5 jewel. Most quartz ain't more than 5 to 7 jewels. But $12 for the movement. Excellent Swiss made quartz. $12. I'm like, I bought the watch for 35. $12 for the movement. Put the new movement in. Polish it up really well. Put it back on eBay. I'll make $110, $120 off of it if I wanted to resell it on eBay. That's after my expenses in it. And I might very well do that on some great watches. I'm going to start buying them cheap that don't run, servicing them, clean them, buff them, get them looking new again. And sell them for 3 times more than what I paid for. The trick is do this in a day. As soon as I get it in the mail, boom, done deal. Put it back out there. Except for the ones I want to put in my collection. Kickboxers love when wrestlers grab their kicks and go into one leg takedowns. Oh, I bet they're pollywog. Again, it depends on the wrestler. No matter how bad somebody is in any sport or any style of fighting, there's always that one guy out there that'll give you a royal ass whooping or get the royal ass whooping from the other guy. No matter how good somebody is, there's just always somebody out there better. I'm on the last stretch, y'all. Yep. Always someone bigger, stronger, and better. That of Aikido. Yeah, I mean, Aikido is essentially the art of using your opponent's body momentum against them in a self-defense scenario. It's all defense, the art of swordsmanship, but it's all derived around exposing your opponent's weak spots by his own aggression. Aikido's is a damn good art. Little effort, you can take somebody, get the best of them, overcome your adversary with less effort than most martial arts. Fat City, check out Scenic Fights. They have shorts, breakdown movie fights really, really well. Fought professionally that could whoop anyone's ass. Just don't get paid for it. That's right, Todd. Like I said, no matter how bad you think you are, on TV, in person, whatever, there's always that guy out there that's just waiting. There's always that guy out there you're always thinking that just whooped the living snot shit out of you. You know, and the quiet ones, they're the scariest or the deadliest. They're the ones you got to worry about, not all the bragging ones and bullshitting ones. All the martial arts I've ever taken, I've never once ever wanted to push my limits with it. You know, I used it basically as a discipline and a means of physical fitness and clarity and skill. I didn't care about beating the other guy. Only when I was in the tournament ring, you know, when I was fighting, that's the only time I wanted to beat somebody. But never really cared to fight, use it against anybody's own will, or even care to want to beat somebody's ass. So I grew up in a violent household, you know. I don't care for violence. And there's always that one person out there that'll knock the shit out of you. Even my grandfather told me that when I was a very young man in the early 70s. Oh, and you know what they always say, Pollywog? Those who talk lot know little. Those who talk little know lots. My grandfather also used to tell me, listen and learn. Sit back and listen to what the world has to tell you. And that's the people you got to fear the most. Not someone that has a lot of logical theory about what goes on TV. But in practicality, in the real world, what I've been through and seen in my life, I don't wish it upon anybody. But it made me a very strong person in my life. Always somebody out there that'll whip the shit out of you. Talk little, talk less. That's the one others around you are scared of. we're bored, so we're talking self-defense. I'm no expert in anything, but I like practical self-defense knowledge. Yeah, but you can learn all you want in practical self-defense, Pollywog. If you don't apply it, all that practical knowledge is useless when it comes to reality. I mean, it's like people that buy guns. 80% of the people that buy guns and get their CCL or their, carrying permits, open or concealed, do themselves and their family more harm by carrying a gun than they did if they didn't. Because in the real world, when somebody confronts you with a loaded weapon and points it on you, it's a whole different ball game than when you're aiming at a target at a shooting range. And if you don't practice to control your adrenals, it's useless. Owning weapons, whether it's a gun, knife, sword, or your hands, if you don't train with them regularly and control it regularly, situational awareness and control what you're doing and how you're doing it, it's worthless. It's just a thing of, what do they call that? What do they call that? I don't know. I forgot where I'm going with this. Combat ready, they called it in the military. We were always combat ready with our weapons, with our hands, with our blades, guns, you name it. We were taught tactical practicality, tactical fighting skills in real scenarios. What you encountered in the field, what you encounter in real life situations. People don't train that. And then when they do get in that real life situation, they're worthless. Very few in the martial arts can actually just train and actually whip somebody's ass with never learning practicality of the art. Same with guns and weapons, knives. Training never stops. If you're going to carry a weapon, continue to train. If you're going to use your hands for self-defense, continue to train. But nothing trains you faster than the real deal. Never think it'll ever happen to you. One day it does. And like I said, your adrenal glands lock up. They send all the blood rushing into your vitals, and you lock up, you freeze. You're like, oh, fuck, what happened to me? I thought I was going to die. I'm glad I didn't get killed. I'm glad I didn't pull my weapon out. I couldn't have shot it anyway. See, these people at gun range are in a big surprise when it actually hits the fan, when practicality hits them. They don't have a clue what they're doing. Well, have you ever used a gun to use it for them purposes, Polly or Paul? You ever pulled a gun out on somebody? Somebody ever pull a gun out on you? Yeah, so I wouldn't recommend you carrying a gun. If you want to carry a gun, it's a discipline, just like martial arts. I mean, nowadays the aggressor's got more rights than the defender. You know what I mean? So there's so much to learn. I mean, for carrying, technique, situational awareness, protecting yourselves. You know, if you just shoot target practice, it's not enough. You got to have tactical training skills. It's got to be a motor reflex, to where your body does it instinctively when shit hits the fan. First thing, if somebody pulls a gun on me and mine ain't drawn yet, the first thing I'm going to do with situational awareness is how I'm going to position my body. And not really bluntly outdo it, but, and a technique that you're trained to do that distracts your aggressor. And if you never trained for any of this, you just don't know what's up. You don't know how to do this. You're better off just leaving your gun holstered and trying to talk your way out of it. Give him the money, whatever he wants. Then when he walks away, put a bullet in his head. No, but you know what I mean? Owning a gun, having a deadly weapon on you, knife, gun, whatever, does absolutely no good unless you train with it. There's very seldom that can actually instinctively defend themselves with just about any weapon without any adrenal push or shock state caused by adrenals. You're just better off just keep going to the range and shooting targets. Just pray to the Lord it never happens to you. Last hole, fellas. This long, lengthy process is don't want to take me about an hour to do this. I'm just sitting here enjoying it and talking to you all. Like I said, though, Pollywog, I'm not trying to be a badass. I'm not trying to be a hard ass. I'm not trying to be an asshole. But, a lot of guys like me that's done what I've done, been through what I've been through, mostly military experience, when we just sit and watch or hear comments from others that like to talk about all the stuff you like to talk about, we decipher really quickly who's a bullshitter and who's not, who knows their shit, who don't. And that's why I always say, talk less, listen more. Listen and learn. It's something that was shared to me my whole life. And that's it. But now, if I'm in a room with a bunch of guys and they're all war veterans, I'm going to listen to everything they have to say. First of all, I don't want to talk about myself around them. Because, it's a touchy topic. Vets sit around and talk to each other about what they've been through. It takes the slightest bit to trigger somebody off. PTSD. There it is. I did it justice. I put it back together. It now has its home back. And by the way, you can buy this off me for $400 if you want to buy it. I'd be happy to sell it to you. Because that's what it would go for if you was to buy one, custom made like that. If you don't believe me, go to Kyle Noseworthy's site, the dude from Canada, and see how much he charges for one of these. Paper arse and hard arse. Oh, I cut it in I cut it in two pieces because I wanted to use the sheath for a pattern and make another one. Same size, see? But I know these newer, this is an older sheath. I mean, this sheath's like probably 25, 30 years old. It's never been hardly used. And I know from experience that they use really crappy glue back then. It's like a sinew glue or you know, a high glue or some stupid shit. But with time, see, they're not really not glued together very well. And with age, 10, 20 years, that should start separating in there. And I just took I could have took a butter knife and went all the way around it. But I knew I could sew it back together and make it look brand new again. You know what I mean? So I can do that. I wouldn't recommend somebody that doesn't do leather work to do it. Yeah, it was worth it. I mean, it looks better than new now. I mean, the old stitching was turning brown. But this is what Schrade likes to do. They like to use the sinew lighter colors against the darker leathers. Unlike Buck. This old Buck 1970 Buck sheath is black against black, you know. I like to put white on black. That tapping you heard, I always lock my stitches with the pounding in the back. I pound them, put it on a flat marble surface, and I'll pound the threads down. It helps lock them in better, and then it makes the threads more noticeable. But that's it. I'm just going to leave it alone as is. I mean, it doesn't even look like it was even taken apart. Oh. What's scary is, Claude, did you trace all your leather while you had it apart before you sewed it back up? Yeah. You know, that's what I did when I made this black sheath, Claude. I cut this in half to two pieces. You know, traced out all my patterns and made it. I actually have patterns for these sheaths up in my cabinet, and I'm just too lazy to get it out. But when I see something like threads getting old on a sheath, and it's in damn good shape like this, that's why I basically cut it. I wanted to put new thread on it, make it look brand new, even more new, you know what I mean, than it did before. And it'll last longer. Because the mother threads are starting, the thread on this was just starting to break down. So I'm like, I make the decision. It's time to put new threads in it. So it'll last another 20, 30 years. Because I can do that. I know I make a good judgment call on everything I got. If I got an old sheath and it needs TLC, I give it to it. You know what I mean? I don't worry about as is. But if I do it, I'm going to do it the way they did it. I'm going to make it look factory. And I'm not going to do a half-assed job on it. Like if I got a 50-year-old knife sheath and the threads are deteriorated, I'm going to put the same exact thread back in the same holes. You know what I mean? So it'll appear to look the way it did originally. I'm not going to put no bozo thread in it. Put white in something that should have been black, or you know what I mean. But this is what they do. Charade was always known for using the sinew threads, and that's what I use in this one. Artificial sinew, and it's waxed, so it makes it easier to sew with. It's a beautiful thread against darker browns. I got a darker artificial sinew thread too. It is now Easter time, ain't it? He has risen, folks. The Lord has risen. Hallelujah. You taking off, Claude? Everybody have a happy Easter. You too, buddy. He'll give you a holler tomorrow on the phone. We're having Easter dinner at noon, so maybe we'll give you a holler then. It'll be 1 o'clock your time. Oh, yeah. Good night, buddy. Oh, man, this fucking psoriasis. I hate it. I got to get to the dermatologist to get me some cream for the psoriasis. It's driving me nuts. I ran out. What's that say? Yep, happy Easter, Paul. Man, I just love this. I just love this. Oh, man, I gotta make some fucking cigarettes. Damn. And get out all my... And put this charade, this other uncle, or Klein up. Okay, I'm back. Oh, gosh darn it. Come on. Why? I had to drop my number one. Wow. Okay. I've got a bunch of leather pouch cased folding knives. My favorites. This is basically what I own. I might have a couple more floating around here somewhere. All these right here. Okay. Oh, I gotta make me a smoke. I know what I'll do right now. Oh. Which one's your favorite? You hitting the sack, Charlie? All right. We'll talk to you later, bud. Thanks for stopping in again. Any dive knives? I got one, really. Just one. An old dive knife. They're starting to hit the collector's market big now. Dive knives are making a comeback. Some of them, man, fetch a pretty penny. I've got one oldie here. I'll show you in a little bit. I've got plans maybe to get a few more for my collection, but they're going to be ones that ain't junk, you know what I mean? If I'm going to get a dive knife now, I'm going to get one that's worth something. The crocodile, or the first one that is carved. The case. I actually buy very, very few knives the last couple of years. Never spend over 200. Yeah, I hear you there. I wish I could do that. I have times where I'll spend 1,000. Many nights buying $500-600 worth of knives, but I won't buy one knife for $500-600. It'll be many knives. So, anyways, get a few tokes of me here, and then I'll show these knives. Oh boy. Trying to keep everything cleared out here. Well, you got some good ones. Would have thought some of those were more than 200. No, some of these are worth more than 200. But and I'm fixing to spend some serious money on some of the knives I want to get. Like I want to get pre-40s silver bullets, or the Remington bullet knives. I want to get something that's like excellent shape. You're talking 3-4 grand for one knife. I'm gonna start being more specific in what I collect. Not a bunch of junk anymore. You know what I mean? Not that any knife's junk, but I just, what the heck? I got a strand here bugging me. There. Okay. Damn. Make sure my camera's on it. I can wait for you to quit commenting. I can't see where this damn thing. Come on. All right, chat log, go away. There we go. Okay. I mean, I get a lot more of these knives uncased, but this is the better of what I got. But this one ain't mine; it's my brother-in-law's. I just threw it in here just to show you a bunch of different varieties here, I guess. Let's start with this one. This one's a case. That came with the oil and the Arkansas stone. $21.59 LSSP by case. Brand new, never used. Put that one there to start. Come on, stay in place. Next, we got the old timer here. 50 OT, 51 OT. Man, these damn stink buggers are diet bombing me. This is one I just recently picked up from my buddy. 51 OT, old timer. Stay. More case knives. Well, I'm buying less case knives more than ever. Because because I finally come to my senses and realize how much better the German handmade knives are. Case is garbage. All the new shit's garbage. You want to collect the old ones from the 80s down. Best case knives made are the classics, and they were made by Jim Parker. Not by Jim Parker, but he contracted them out to Quick Cutlery, who had BGS make them, or BGC, Bluegrass Cutlery. They made the best case knives, the case classics, case ever made, even to this day. All your big time serious collectors will tell you that the classics are the best ones to get your hands on. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great Chinese makers, man. Like I said, Gonzo Tool Company's one of them. I haven't got a terrible knife from him yet. And even Big Jim will tell you the sharpest knife he's ever pulled out of a box came from Gonzo. That one he got, I told him about it, and he went and got one that night when I told him about it. And he didn't realize it either until he got it. And when he opened it up, he's like, "Oh my God, this thing is scary sharp." And it's the highest grade of 440C too. I mean 440 stainless. It's 440C. And man, that thing just unbelievably sharp for $14.95. You just cannot beat that. Dean, this is a knife channel. What did Dean say? I don't collect knives. I collect guns. Never bring a... Oh, we get one of them hair licks on my page all the time. I don't know how many times in my live streams I had some young kid come in and say, "I collect guns. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight." Hey, buddy, I'm bringing my gun and my knives. And chances are I'll I'll put one in your chest without even pulling the trigger before you can pull the trigger, buddy. Probably some 10 or 13-year-old daddy's got an arsenal at home. He's grown up around guns, and he just doesn't know how to control his mouth. So, G-Man, did you know Spyderco makes a Bali Song pen for like $15? Just fidgety plastic pen, but not a bad Spyderco product. No, and I don't pay attention to that stuff anymore. I'm not really. When I first started collecting Spydercos, I thought they were the shit. I had to have everyone I could get my hands on, and I had all the top Spyderco knives they had at the time. In the last year or so, I just been selling them, trading them for stuff like this. I gave my native for this. This means more to me than a $200 native. Back to my roots and my realizations. I don't have to have every knife everybody else has. And everybody's different. Just like I'm different from y'all. This is just me. It's my philosophy. It doesn't have to be yours. I'm just sharing you my philosophy, that's all. But, all right, the next one, this is my brother-in-law's that I got to put the horn on. Y'all seen it. 1970 buck 110. Oldie but a goodie. Still can't get over how old the sheath is. Just a little bit of dyeing up and waxing up, and that thing looks brand new again with an aged patina to it. This one here is the one I just sold back up. My custom job here on the Schrade LB7. With the finished birch burl from Finland in my carved spine. I mean, I got several more of these knives I did, bucks over there. But I don't have sheaths for them. I should get sheaths for every one of them. Sheath I made tonight. Crocodile sheath. With my new Klein Tools Incorporated made in Japan. I don't care where a knife's made. If it's well made, I'm going to buy it. That's all there is to it. I'm not gun-ho on buying just American shit, you know what I mean? Because, frankly, a lot of it's crap, to tell you the truth. I'd buy a German knife. If I had only one brand of knife, I could buy the rest of my life, and I could not choose another one. It'd be a toss-up between Parker's Bulldogs and Boker. This is an oldie here, 80s. 344 Working Man. There you go, Hawkbill. Y'all want to see a Hawkbill? That thing's brand new, never been used. I think the guy carried it around or lost the sheath and got a used one somewhere, because there's nowhere on this thing comparable to what this thing looks like. But this is like an electrician workman's knife. Your typical scout carry electrician knife that everybody made, like from Klein and Sons and all of them up. This one here, just been tucked away. Nobody's ever seen it. I never got it out before. I thought I would. Ballistic nylon sheath, Boker, Germany. This has got aircraft grade aluminum body completely. And it's a spring assist. The top lock. Boker Arbolito, it's called. Let me see if I can read that finer. Argentina stainless. Got the tree on it. It's made in Germany. And lastly here, I got this ballistic sheath from Buck. This was made in the 80s. It's a double set. I want to say 522s. Well, one's a 5. What is it? 444. You got the 444 and its bigger brother here. These are brand new, never been used. 442 and the 444. Double sheath. So this is some of the coolest ones that they got in sheath. I just thought I'd show them to you, the different styles. But what do we got? I'm missing all these comments here. All right, let me get back here. Nunchuck chopsticks. Silly but fun. Yeah, that sounds cool. I need to get me a pair for my nunchuck collection. What's wrong with Blondie? Blonde, what's that? You have more fun, I hear. Oh, Impact Knife Design World, huge ways. Japan, oh yeah, I agree. Knife maker that hasn't used Japanese type or technique. Oh, cold steel makes so much. Cold steel makes so much also. Yeah, they make a lot of knives. I love my cold steels. Happy 420. It's 420. See, I'm not. When I was younger, man, I did like to get my hands on anything that cut, anything you could throw, anything you could stick. You know, man, I had hundreds and hundreds of Chinese stars and, throwing knives and throwing axes. And as I get older, I just quit getting the stuff, you know. I started getting pocket knives. And then I got a kick going for a while on fixed blades. Now I'm back to pocket knives. But, I won't turn down a good pocket or a fixed blade. I see it, you know. Man, my psoriasis is bugging the shit out of me. Oh, I gotta make some cigarettes, man. I'm getting burned out on this pipe. So how we doing out there? We all having a good time? Am I it's the least bit entertaining at all tonight? Do a sheath. Put a sheath back together that I tore apart. Oh yeah, all the time. I'm gonna invent a cure. I really am. I think I'm gonna start bathing my skin in a hydrogen chloride. I mean, soaking it in it. Okay, what do I need here? Back to church Easter service. Did I miss anything here? Nope, you haven't missed much. I'm just showing my collection here. Some of my collection. Just the pocket folders that you carried the old school way. my old school carries. It sucks because I don't have my modem hooked up right now. I'm changing companies, and they're not going to be open till after Easter, which is Monday. So I won't have internet service. I haven't had it in the last couple of days, and I just got it on my phone, so I can't read my PC or my laptop right now. So I just can't keep my phone down on here because then I can't read anything. Okay, Chris, looks like I'm going to have to go there and get it then because I will travel. Yeah, I mean, there's cures for everything known to man. Just the government and Big Pharma, I should say, that was created by Rockefeller and Carnegie. It was created to create customers, not cures. Anybody that's a holistic, natural healing doctor was either killed, ran out of the country, or thrown in jail so they could create the pharmaceutical industry and the AMA, the American Medical Association. And it was them bozos that did it, that totally destroyed our medical industry. Or healthcare, I should say. We don't have healthcare. There's no such thing as healthcare in America unless you go to a holistic doctor. But yeah. All I got to say is, when's the American people going to have enough? Until they get bled completely dry, I think. You're already giving up 60% of your check. I guess you're all going to wait till you give up 80% of your check before you'll do anything about it. Mm-hmm. Yep. So it has a budget. What do you mean by that? The government dictates minimum wage budget. What does that mean? So it has a budget. A budget they can balance or a budget that they can manage? Frankly, the government doesn't know what a budget really is. Heading to bed. All right, man. We'll talk to you later, buddy. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for stopping in again. We'll see you Sunday. Or wait, it is Sunday, ain't it? See you later on tonight. I'll make something. Keep minimum wage where it is. Oldest knife I bought new that I currently own is made in Pakistan. Buck 110 clone. I got 1981 Canadian Tire LLL. First knife I bought for myself with earned money at 9 years old. Well, that's cool, Todd. They may as well keep minimum wage where it is. They just raise the prices of everything every time they raise it. That's not the reason why they're raising the prices of everything. I mean, minimum wage, with monetary inflation concurs, minimum wage should go up with it. I mean, wages all across the board should go up with the rise of inflation, but most importantly is monetary inflation. The more Washington borrows money, the more they devalue the dollar, and the corporations raise the price of their goods. So the less value the dollar has, the more, by the government borrowing too much, the more the companies are going to raise the prices of their goods. So then it gets tougher and tougher to buy these goods, to buy the services, the utilities, the foods, everything. And it's all caused by the government. Raising minimum wage has nothing to do with the cost of living going up. Nothing at all. It's Washington borrowing money and not paying it back, not making anything, not, you know what I mean? Fiat currency, just keep pumping it out, keep pumping it out, keep pumping it out. That creates that monetary inflation that undervalues the purchasing power of the dollar. Like I said, the Fed's destroyed it almost 900% since their existence. And like I said, in 4 decades, just in 4 decades, 500% of it's been Reagan. I mean, that's bullshit. You want to be in the middle class right now? There is no middle class in America. You get that out of your... At least the majority of the Americans are no longer middle class. If you want to be in the middle class, adjusted for monetary inflation alone, and inflation across the board, you would have to make 170 grand a year to be in the middle class. There is no middle class. We have the working class, the middle class, 170 plus thousand a year. Okay. The working class, which is us now, that used to be the middle class, under 70,000 a year. You got the poor class and the poor. The working poor and the poor. Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. We need to go back to the gold standard. But see, our government doesn't own our money. We don't own it. Washington doesn't own the money that they borrow. The American people don't own the money that the government issues through the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve owns the money. They got all the gold. They took us off the gold standard. Okay. So, bottom line is we don't have growth as a country anymore. We used to be an economic world power. We made everything. We supplied the world with everything. We don't anymore because the banks own it all. They own all these corporations around the world, and they own all of them in the United States. The banks own all of everything. They own it all, see? And they're the ones loaning it like candy to Washington because Washington's too big. It cannot sustain itself without the help of the Federal Reserve. It can't. It's too big. You know, they don't make nothing. The US dollar's going to shit because of it. And the biggest factor of all, nobody's buying their treasury bonds anymore. The governments are throwing them away because the dollar is about to tank. I mean, completely tank. And that's what we need. We need a reset, but we need to get the Federal Reserve the hell out of it. And like Todd or Chris said, go back to the gold standard. Put the control over the U.S. dollar back in the hands of the Treasury. Let the Treasury monetize the money again. Get the feds the hell out of our country because they're not feds. Go back to making shit. You know what I mean? We don't have to import nothing into this country. But everything internationally is being imported into this country, and it's being transported back to other countries through our country. Because this is an international cesspool of business. That's what America is, the international cesspool of corporate business. It has nothing to do with us, we the people, anymore. It's done. It's a fallacy. Well, you think that's good? 20-25 an hour is good. Try supporting two kids as a single mother, or try, you know how much I made as a union carpenter my first year in? I started out as a journeyman because I could build houses when I was 14 years old because my dad was a carpenter. And he taught me when I was young. But when I started out as a journeyman in 1985, I made $16.75 an hour. And now, when I retired, I was making $57 an hour. And I'm hearing they're pushing over $60 an hour. Union trades, the publicly owned union trades is the best thing for this country. We need more tradesmen in this country is what we need. All these junk food restaurants, you wouldn't need employees in them, and they would just go away. People wouldn't eat the crap. That's another thing. They're poisoning everybody's minds with all these fast food joints. Subway is one of the worst ones in the country to eat at. Highly processed, crappy meats. Full of all kinds of chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, all kinds of shit. Antibiotics, you name it. Same with the deli meats in the grocery store. It's the worst shit you can put in your mouth. And then top it all off, you got kids, when I was a kid, going from eating 12 to 13 pounds of sugar a year to the kids today, 200 to 300 pounds of sugar a year. And they wonder why obesity and diabetes, cancer, all these diseases are popping up everywhere. Well, healthcare industry is thriving, boy, and it's getting a multi-billion-dollar a year business. People just don't get it. They're taking our education. They're taking our health care. They're taking our money. They're taking whatever the hell they want, and they're just pissing this country down the drain, and nobody's doing anything about it. So one day, you're all going to wake up and have nothing out of your check before you do anything about it. Minimum wage should be about $27.50 an hour. That is the bare bone minimum of what workers should get in any entry level job. When I hire young men to labor for me, I give them $25 an hour cash. And if they prove themselves to me within a year that they're worthy and they've learned something from me and they're more an asset to my skill or to my business, then I'll move up to $30 an hour cash. And even when I was a kid, 1979, I was making $14 an hour cash from my grandfather. I never in my life made under $14 an hour, even at the age of 14. Hell, minimum wage was at 14 like 5 years ago. It was good back then because monetary inflation was, like I told you, the Federal Reserve has destroyed the purchasing power of the U.S. dollar by loaning billions and trillions of dollars to Washington by over 500% in 4 decades. In 4 decades. People just don't realize that. Every year that you're alive, you're going to pay $5,000 to $7,000 a year more to live. Every year. Now, with the debt that's incurred in Washington, we're at almost $40 trillion right now. 40 trillion. It's crazy. But each president that we've had for the last 4 decades has cost us, not helped us. And they're definitely not helping us now. And they're not gonna until the bank's control is gone. It's easier to live back in the day because the price of the dollar wasn't rapidly declined yet. That's why. Washington was never over $980 or $980 billion ever in debt. Over, never into $1 trillion ever in the history of our country until Ronald Reagan. After Ronald Reagan, through the Bushes, through Clinton, through Obama, through Biden and Trump, $39 trillion now. Monetary inflation, again, that's what's killing you right now in your pocketbook. To top it all off, all these corporations, all your utilities, and all your food, and everything that's important to survive is costing you $5,000 to $7,000 more a year. Because the corporations that are owned by these banks, they never lose money. They're draining the wealth till you get it. They're going to keep draining this wealth till the American people get it. Think these politicians are in place to help you? No, they're not. They never will be. They haven't been for 3 to 4 decades. It's a fallacy. There is no more American dream. Fall asleep, you might believe it. But other than that, that's just the facts. It's going to get worse. Y'all's kids are going to pay twice as much as what you're paying right now at the rate we're going. $1 million for a house, okay. $150,000 for a truck. $65,000 to $70,000 for a car. Their groceries are going to be $800 to $900 a week. Should I keep going? Because as long as that debt keeps climbing and nobody's building anything in this country, there's no GDP growth. Can't pay off the debt. The government's has been bankrupt twice under Trump, twice under Obama, twice under, they don't have no money, man. They just got to keep borrowing it. And these, like I said, these corporations ain't going to lose a dime. They're just going to charge it to you. That's all. Okay, there is no Great Depression coming in 2030s. No, there won't be no Great Depression. There will be a total collapse on the dollar is what's going to be. And then the monetary system is going to have to get reset. Come on, man. Having a hard time with this machine. Uh, uh, I'm 26 and I make 87,000. You're in the working class. You're not in the see. You know the work. There's the middle class, 170,000 a year plus, and then from I think it's 70,000 would be the working class, not the middle class. The middle class is 170,000 plus. So you're in the working class. Then there's, and then I think it's 34 to 49,000 considered the working poor. And then there's the poor. Because, with monetary inflation against the value of the dollar right now, even $42,000 a year, you can't even live on it. If you don't make minimum 5,500 a month, bring home, that's minimum. You can't make it. If you make, it used to be 4,000. Every year the inflation goes up. A couple years ago, 4,000 you could live comfortable. A couple years before that, no, in fact, probably 8 years before that, you could live on $3,500 a month. Now, if you don't have at least $5,000 a month, you're not going to, 5,500 and up to live comfortable a month minimum. Who's making that at McDonald's or Subway or Burger King or Ace Hardware? They got to work 2-3 jobs. But I retired a union carpenter at 38 years in. And union trades wages have in the public sector, not the private, the public sector, meaning us construction workers, is always, our wages have always risen on contract with the growth of inflation on the dollar. When I was working, I lived totally comfortable. Now that I'm on my pension, the price of living is starting to climb higher than what I'm getting my pension. And I got a good pension, and I got insurance the rest of my life. But now it's starting to climb. So I do more than one thing. Collect my pension and do all the cash jobs I can. I think so, Anthony. There is new. Okay, what we got here? I'm missing comments here. Depends on where you live. What depends on where you live? Yeah, what country you living in? See, because there's actually 14 countries in this world right now that have more freedoms than America does. More independence, better education, better health care, better lots of things. And I hate to say it, America is now a shithole. International shithole. And people are in denial to it, so they say, "Oh, I support my troops. God bless America." And nobody's flying an American flag. Walk down your street and go, walk 2 blocks and come back. Tell me how many flags are on the houses. Everybody says they support their Americans, but you see them toting around things that show that they support the American troops. You know what I mean? So until Americans wake up to reality, nothing's going to get better, man. And it doesn't matter where you live at in the world either. Europe's a lot of Europe and Mexico and Canada, they're going through the same shit we are, controlled by banks. Anyways, what time is it, y'all? Hell, it's still early, 2 o'clock. So, I mean, states, some cost more than others. Well, yeah, of course. The red states down south, it costs less to live down there, but they don't make shit down there compared to what we make up here. I would starve to death up here if I made what they made in the south. You know what I mean? Uh, all your red states are broke states, really. I mean, the state ain't broke, but the employees are. They live on less. It costs less. You come up here, the cost of living's high. You know what I mean? My mortgage is $1,450 a month. If you want to rent a place here, $1,200 a month. Property taxes, 14 grand a year. Where you can buy 100 acres for 14 grand in Tennessee. Sure they are. Things are definitely going to get a lot worse because nobody's stopping the banks. The banks run the show in Washington. The banks run everything. They own everything. All the important corporations, all these big corporations, the banks own them all. The banks own all important land. They got every judge and politician in their back pocket. They do. They got everything. They control it all. And they're loaning money to Washington so they can operate that they'll never pay back. You know what the interest is on 37.9 trillion that we're in debt right now? Take a guess. I want to hear what you guys have to say. What is the government paying on the national debt right now a month in interest? Take a guess. I want to see some answers. That's right. Ron Paul said that. Nobody listened to him. And the Fed. And I said already too. Henry Ford said in the 1940s, he said, the American people knew how the monetary system worked in America today, there'd be a war tomorrow. And that's the truth. Nobody really listened to him. Nobody listened to Ron Paul when he said, let's end the Feds. Nobody listened to Kennedy. In fact, they did listen to Kennedy, and that's what cost Kennedy his life. He was shutting the Feds down, and they didn't like it. They took him out. He's the only president that stood up against him. No rainbow flags in our area, say, but how many American flags are hanging in your area? I bet you can walk down a block. There's only 2 houses, if that's got an American flag hanging up in it. I mean, most Americans today, especially these kids in schools, they don't even know what the Pledge of Allegiance even means. What all words in it mean? They don't know what allegiance means, the word itself, and how to act upon it. Here we go, Paul. Round 2, right, buddy? To Kyle Cunnell. Who's Kyle Cunnell? Austin Cunnell. He must be related to him, huh? You have a ton of flags? All right. Go outside right now and take a picture down the street. I want to see these flags. I bet you there's only 2 or 3 flags in your whole block of about 10 houses. Wait, though. Your houses are a mile apart. I travel the country. I've been in every state more than 3 times. Half of them more than half a dozen times. And it's the same everywhere I go. In the South, I lived in Florida when I was young. Nothing's changed. The last time I seen a lot of American flags being, well, really the only time I see more often flags being flown that are bought in China, by the way, is when we're going into war or somebody's attacking us or so-called attacking us or, there's a reason to go to war. Then everybody gets all patriotic out and they go out and buy a flag, put it on their house. But now I've traveled the country every year. I go from state to state. I'm lucky to see one or two flags on any given block. Any given block. And don't tell me in the South it's on everybody's house because it's not. You don't need to try to lie to me because I see it firsthand. Yeah, make flag and all. Make me a shorts video on all the flags in your neighborhood. If you got a that's got, say, a main street that's probably got 50 houses or better on it, I want to see how many flags are flying. And I'll guarantee you, you'll be lucky to see a dozen out of 50 some houses. Well, where's your neighborhood? I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying on average across the United States. Hence, it could be greater in some communities more than most or others. Yeah, that could be a given. You know, there's very supportive towns throughout the country, but very, very few in between. Northern California. All right. And your populace is what in Northern California? There's probably as many people who live in the state of Illinois. And I think that's livable in the whole state of California. We're an overpopulated state, big time. Even Texas is less than a third of it's lived on. So in Northern California, where the Clean Air Act begins, all the way up to Washington, they still pump the gas for you there? But 9,300 in Redding, CA, Redding, Cali. That ain't bad. There's 1.2 million in the city of Joliet that's 15 minutes from me. And that's a small town here. Oh yeah, I ain't got nothing against Northern California. It's beautiful, man. All the way up to Washington. I loved it when my I dated a girl from Portland, Oregon, and she went to she taught at the Tom that John Thomas Dye School for the rich. It was like Harvard for grade school. I don't. I'm just trying to remember. I think it was called Harvard Grade School in San Bernardino, California. And so I spent a lot of time there with her, and then back and up and down from there to Portland, Oregon, where she was from with her family. And her grandmother lived in Seattle, Washington, so I traveled up there lots with her. And it's just God's country over there. From once you hit western Wyoming through Montana, Washington, all the northwestern states, it's just beautiful, man. It's nothing like here. This is all farmland where I'm at. I mean, I got a 6 acre backyard that I own. That's all wooded, you know. But it's not like the massive evergreens and just waking up and smelling it, and we got all this polluted air around here. Oh, I'm sure I would be proud to live up there, and I would live up there if it wasn't for my wife. Well, all right, man. Good night, Todd. We'll talk to you later, buddy. I'm about ready to hit it too. Happy Easter, everybody. What are my hobbies? My hobbies are whatever I want to do. I'm retired, so I just do whatever I want to do. But making knives and leather goods and custom Harley seats, and I do lots of things, and I'm retired carpenter, so I still build a lot of patio decks and do a lot of remodel jobs. Keep myself busy. Some of my best friends are farmers. I'll go over and I'll help them disc disc and plow the fields and plant the seeds and shit and haul off the grain and the corn and whatever they got going. And I used to be a farrier. I used to trim and shoe horses. So I got my hands wet on a lot of different things growing up. But now I'm just a knife maker and knife enthusiast and leather crafter. That's what I do. Okay, so all my mods are gone. Everybody's gone. All my fans are gone. Is there anybody here that hasn't gone to bed? How many of y'all are subscribers to my channel? Let me ask you that. Okay, Don and Chris, you're still here. All right, that's good. Okay, you are a resident. That's cool. And then Paul Mills. All right, so some of you are still here. I thought everybody went to bed. I know Louie and Justin are out like a light. They ain't bullshitting nobody. They're done. Louie's probably still all worked up about his poor son. Phil Burt, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. It's your morning and you're in the UK. Iceman. That's cool. I haven't gotten a chance to get up to the UK yet. I want to do that here before I get too old. I'm your big fan from Naples. Well, that's cool. That'll work. I appreciate it. I didn't get that one comment. Arizona? Yeah, I told you fell asleep, man. I have no affiliation with Kodiak, Alaska. That's the name of my knife business. And no, it's not Alaskan knives either. Oh, man. So I got all these knives I got to put back. Hope you enjoyed the little that I tonight. Still carry this one today. My permanent pocket carry, I should say. A rum bullet and bone. I love it. Bone trapper. What made you want to breathe air? Didn't read it? What happened to Arizona? Okay. I thought that too, first because it was a name. I thought he was in Alaska too. Yeah, everybody always asks me that. But in the Kodiak, Alaska, that's the name of the town. Kodiak, Alaska. Kodiak grizzly bear. But the brown bear lives in many states. It's just not in Alaska. The grizzly bear. The Kodiak bear. It's, I guess, area specific to Kodiak, Alaska, right? Man, I am violently stoned right now. Man, I need a pocket knife. Light it up. Light it up, man. That's all I gotta say. Light it up. Oh, that's funny. Get him, Paul. Oh, I'm still packing some smokes here. You know how many cigarettes I made since I started doing it? What, 25 minutes ago? I made 2 cigarettes. Oh, I need some sleep. I haven't slept in 2 days. Maybe I should get my weed stash out. No, I quit 27 years ago, man. No smoke, no dope, no nothing. I don't even drink. Diet. I drink diet Dr. Pepper. Oh, and I'm empty. I'm surprised I didn't make no coffee yet tonight. Good for you. Well, that's what I say. Good for me. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Oh, I drink Sprite, Paul says, huh? That Sprite's pretty good, but I can only handle so much sugar. I probably limit myself to about 4 tablespoons of sugar a day. That's about it. I used to drink 20 Pepsis a day, non-diet Pepsis. And when I quit drinking Pepsi, I lost 40 pounds in a month just on my stomach. But I'm a compulsive drinker. I gotta have something to drink at all times. So mostly I'll drink probably a couple of Dr. Peppers a day, 3, 4 coffees, and then I'll have, you know, some tea with ginger and honey in it and stuff like that. So I'll alternate it so I'm not drinking the same crap over. Because the diet pop isn't really healthy for you either. Ginger ale, that's cool. I'm hooked on these. But no, I'm now that the warm weather's back, man, I'm seriously hitting that mountain bike. Gonna stop smoking by the end of this year. I mean, I don't really cough hardly at all throughout the day. That's probably the first time I've coughed all night, and I know, but it's not really affecting me yet. But I don't really want to get it to where it is really affecting me. Anyways, I'm gonna put all these beautiful knives away. I think I'm gonna do it tomorrow. So I kind of like this one. It's not a molded sheath. I just kind of like press fit it. But it turned out nice, I think. Got a nice metal with the inlay. Yeah. Dr. Pepper and Mountain Dew were my favorite sodas, but they are too sweet to me now. Can't stand to drink either one anymore. Well, hey, your taste buds change after a while, you know. I can't stand drinking a pop of sugar in it now. I mean, I drink one. I'm like, ugh. Coca-Cola's got twice the amount of sugar in it that Pepsi does. There's like, I think there's 49 milligrams of sugar in it versus Pepsi's like 24. I mean, Coke is like sugar in a bottle. It's crazy though. You see some of these drinks, like you ever been to I go there just get their coffee. Man, they got a drink there. It's like a cold latte or whatever they call it. There's like 480 grams of sugar in it or something like that. This one health guy was talking about it. He says that's literally buying 12 to 14 donuts in a box and eating every one of them. That's how much sugar's in that one drink. And people are buying, all these young people are buying that shit and just chugging it. You know, like I said, kids today are eating 200 to 300 pounds of sugar a year versus when I was a kid and younger, and even today, less than 10 to 12 pounds a year. They're all addicted. And it was designed that way, just like everything else in this fucked up country. Nope, I think I'm still making cigarettes over here. And no, let me see what time is it. Hell, it's not even 2:30 yet. But I think 2:30 I'm gonna get off, you guys, because I gotta cook dinner tomorrow, and I haven't slept in 2 days because it was my choice not to. Actually, I would have slept today, but that fellow called me up at 9 in the morning to get that bike seat, and I've been up ever since. I got it was daylight. I was working on this watch, putting this watch back together, and it was daylight. As soon as I got off my live last night, I did that watch till 6:30 was daylight, 7:30 still daylight. So I got out of my shop. I haven't moved from my shop since you see me on the last live until 7:30. I went up and laid down for about a half an hour, and that guy calls me, and I'm up again. So I haven't really slept, and that's my choice. And I want to cook the breakfast in the morning, so and go to church. I'm gonna go to 9 o'clock mass. I'm setting my alarm. I'm going. Sugar is a legal drug. Yeah, and so is Western medicine. Is legalized drugs. That's all it is. You know, the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industry is the biggest joke in the world. American medical care. There ain't none of them. If any of them call themselves healthcare, they're not healthcare. Nope. None of the hospitals, none of the doctors, none of them are trained to treat your health. They're trained to give you medical care, prescribe you drugs. They're legalized drug pushers. It was created by Rockefeller and his buddy Carnegie. They created the AMA, the American Medical Association, as well as the big pharmaceutical industry. So they could basically make doctors into legalized drug pushers, create customers, not cures. And that's just the way it is. And nothing's changed since they did it. You know? So basically, you ask yourself, when is everybody going to wake up? You know, and now they got the food industry playing the game with them. 80% of what's on the shelves of your supermarkets is made to give you cancer, make you obese, make you pre-diabetic, kill you. It's made to, if man makes it, it's made to kill you, pretty much. So healthy alternatives, it's up to you to seek them. They're not there. Grocery store's not there to give you a healthy alternative. And some of them, they're even lying to you that they do have them. But, when's everybody going to just... it's time for a civil war in this country. I hate to say it. The only way we're going to stop them is... damn right fast food's bad. I want a deli sandwich. Subway's one of the worst. I want a deli sandwich. I go get a roast beef and a ham and a turkey, and I cook them, and with natural ingredients like olive oil and good stuff. Slice it up, make my own. I make my own ketchup. I make my own mayonnaise. I can my own pickles. I can just about everything. My honey mustard, my pepper mustard, pickled eggs, farm fresh eggs. I got a bowl upstairs on my island. It's had farm fresh eggs on them all winter. Never refrigerated. Don't have to refrigerate them. 5 times healthier than store-bought eggs. I got an app on my phone called Yucca. So when I buy something, I scan it with the Yucca app, and if it'll tell me where it's at. Excellent, good, or excellent, very good, good, poor, and the worst, 0. You know what I mean? So I can at least, if some things that I want to get, that I have to get at the grocery store, I got options. And the Yucca app will tell me the best health option one to choose. But yeah, and you know what? I never get sick. I never have a cold. Never get a flu. I eat a lot of foods that help my immune system work for itself. But this, just like I said, the only habit I got. I quit drinking, quit doing drugs. And I usually get 8 hours of sleep every day. I'm a little delirious right now because I haven't slept a couple days. Make myself yawn. But yeah, fast food is bad. I'm going to hit the sack early. I think also. Yep, me too. So 4 minutes I got. I'm out of here in 4 minutes. Maybe I can make one more cigarette in 4 minutes. I got some of my seedlings going finally for my garden. I'm looking forward to doubling its size this year. Instead of 50 tomato plants, I'm going to have 100 this year, and I'll probably have 50 cucumber plants. And last year I had 150 pepper plants of all different species, and this year I want to double that to about 300. I'm going to start some rhubarb patches. So in a couple of years I'll have some really good rhubarb and all kinds of things. I'm planting fruit trees this year, all kinds of good stuff. Grapes, blueberries. I'm going to have all kinds of things planted. I got part of my field in the back opened up, ready to go. And then coming the end of the season, my second harvest, I'm going to plant garlic. It's all about self-sustainability now. If you're not self-sustainable or trying to reach for it, you're going to continue to give more and more of your money away to the cause. You know what I mean? By the cause. So people just got to get out of that being lazy mode, having everything easy. You know what I mean? Go out to the malls. Go shopping. Go physically shopping. You don't need Amazon every day. You need exercise, man. And if you can't get it on bikes, go shopping. You know what I mean? And if you can afford it, which a lot of people are strapped nowadays, they can't afford it, just go to the mom and pop shops, I'd rather go to the antique stores and look around for what I need than go to a big box store. You know what I mean? Amazon, I'm lucky to get 1 or 2 packages a month on Amazon. I used to get 30 of them, up to 60 of them a month. Now I'm down to like maybe once or twice a month on Amazon. 'Cause I'd rather go to, go shopping. All the malls have died down because everybody's using Amazon. All these shops are closing down, and all these big outlets are closing down because everybody's lazy now. They just want everything brought to them. Nobody wants to be resourceful. Nobody wants to make their own ketchup. I make my own butter, man. It takes 15 minutes on high speed on your KitchenAid to make butter. Pour whipping cream in. Turn on blender. 15 minutes. I got butter. How hard is that? You know what I mean? You only need whipping cream to make butter. I make my own mayonnaise, eggs, olive oil, and some seasonings that I use to make it. How hard is that? You know what I mean? I even grind my own coffee. People just gotten too used to a system that was created to make them consumer machines and lazy. When I was a kid, I worked at the local gas station. I started out fixing bike tires when I was really young. And then I moved up the chain and become gas attendant. Yeah, I pumped gas in the vehicles and washed their windows. And I had a little change thing, cha-ching, cha-ching, right here. People didn't have to leave their cars. They would, that was the best thing since sliced apples, right? People would leave their cars, they get their windows washed, and they'd be on their way. Not today. It's designed to get you out of the car, see? Consumption. They want you in there buying everything in the super city gas stations, buying all their shit and their crap that they're throwing into them places. And people are just eating it up. I see these, and you wonder why 60% of the country's overweight, 68% of the country's overweight, and 30% is obese. Back in the 70s, man, I think it was 3% obese and less than 7% are overweight. But you see it. You go to these gas stations, just sit in the parking lot of a gas station, watch what goes in and out of it. These big fat asses come out with these 64-ounce Cokes right out of the machine, you know what I mean? And they got 2 bags of chips and some cookies and and they're wearing Crocs because no other shoes will fit them. You know what I mean? And that's because they become lazy. They become part of the system. The one with the sword. What's that? What's your favorite Ninja Turtle and why? Okay. Make start making shit, people. Start shopping. Start exercising. Start doing things. Lead by example. We got to get more like me. More people that want to lead the country back by example to where it should be, what it should be. I'm a Christian man. I go to church every Sunday. I'm a Knight of Columbus. I help the poor and needy, and I do everything I can to help others. A lot of the things I grow in my garden, I give it away. Because I just love to give things to people. Well, Paul, look who in the hell woke up again. Mr. Self-proclaimed sugar daddy. Be like you. Oh, I don't want to make you mad, Louie. Would you whip the fat people? Whip the fat people if they became healthy once 50 of them were whipped? No, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Say that in English for me, please. I'm only your daddy. Yeah, at least my daddy. I have no daddy that I answer to or have to ever. That's right. Happy Easter. Christ has risen. Amen. At 420, y'all. That's the that's enough of it, babe. It didn't Styx write that song years ago, babe? Yep, yep. That's what I thought. What's going on with your kid? It's okay. I'm sure he's fine. He's not like having that brace on his neck though, huh? I bet it's getting pretty itchy about now. See how this works? I was gonna hang it up, and then Louis comes on and makes my ass stay up another half an hour. He does it on purpose. He knows I'm gonna get off. Then he'll come on, just so he can get me. He can have me talking in the background while he's fucking doing whatever. Chores for his wife. That's what Louis does all day. He cleans the house, washes the dishes, does all the chores his wife wants him to do. Well, that was a dive. Didn't work out too well on that one. I'm having a problem. I need to get some sleep. It's becoming a chore to make a cigarette. That's pretty terrible. You see all the knives I got out, Louis? I'm sure one of these look familiar to you, huh? Do that on purpose for sure. Not me. I haven't washed my dishes and did my laundry in 26 years. That's what my wife's for. Yeah, I just thought I'd pull out all the good ones I got in side pouches. I've got more, but I got to make some more pouches for them, or buy them on eBay. I might get some of these knives that I got in there. I might get original sheaths for them. She ain't gonna kick my ass. She knows her place in my marriage. She's a housewife. She don't work. She takes care of the house. And you know what? That's her passion. So I don't stop her. She never once asked me to ever help her. But when I said I haven't done the dishes that many years, doesn't mean I haven't. You know, if I come home from a long day of work even, and I look at her and I see she's pooped and she just can't take any more, and maybe there's some dishes in the sink, I'll whip them out. You know what I mean? But no, that's probably a once a month occurrence. That's what I do. That's what my page is all about. I make knives. Pull a muscle and has to wear a neck brace for a week. He's only 6. Wow, I thought he was older than that, Louis. No, I last time I did dishes, I did a full sink of dishes. But like I said, it's something that I only do sparingly, probably 2, 3 times a year. Oh my God, this one I might as well give up on that one. Oh, what do we got? Second time, really sure. Okay, yep, that's what I'm all about. Leather goods, and I make custom Harley seats and all kinds of cool stuff with leather. But mostly, I make knives. I fix knives. I replace them. I do whatever to knife. Bladesmith. And I got a pretty cool program going. Every Sunday night is Sunday Fun Night. I'll be going live again, and I'll be making something and giving it away. I do it every Sunday. Okay. Okay, 25 minutes I was able to make 4 cigarettes. Telling you, I need some sleep. Yep. The old timer. I love it. Gotta love it, Louis. This one's nice. Old classics, baby. This was the old 1970 Buck 110 original sheet. It's going to get a total makeover. Full video on this. Long form video. Here's the shade that I customized. LB7. And I cut the sheath in half to use it for a pattern to make this one tonight. So I just got done sewing it back together. Looks brand new again. Working man from Buck. Arbolito by Bulker. An old classic. And the Buck double pack. All right, Paul. Yep, I'm hitting it too, man. I got to say goodnight to my son, Louis. He knows who his daddy is. You're killing me. So, all right, we'll see you later on tonight, Paul, for the Sunday Fun Day. We'll see how things go with my family. If I do not go on live tonight at 9 p.m., it will be Monday night, tomorrow night. All right, Chris. Thanks, man. I'm hitting it too. You hitting it, Louis? And thanks for coming in, Father Time 57. Check out my content, man. You'll find it quite enjoying. Look at my playlist. I got a lot of educational videos in there, and then all my content on making knives and leather goods and all kinds of stuff in there. If you're into that sort of thing. Good night, Louie. Good night, Chris. All right, guys. Peace.